It looks like we are live. Hello, everybody. December 19th, 2025. So close to Christmas, eh? We're getting there pretty quick. Thank you for joining me on the live stream today. For those that are popping in, remember to hit the like. Remember to subscribe if you're new. Share the video out if you can. Get your friends to join. All that good stuff. There should be a good live stream. We're going to jump back into PVRivers here. I'm just going to load up the game here and get it going. It's been a crazy week. So we have had quite a bit of rain the past, I don't know, week, 1 to 2 weeks or week and a half or so. My feet are still dry, so to be fine. We've had power outages and rain and all sorts of stuff. Most of that weather is expected to change. We should be seeing probably maybe snow later on today for me, and maybe into the evening perhaps, so to be exciting. Not sure if everyone's too excited about that, but the possibility of snow to be interesting. I'll take pictures and share should that become a true thing here. Oh yeah, I forgot to switch the game over here. It's going here. To quit the game, I forgot to select which folder. I don't think I have it selected to the right mods folder. I believe I still have it set to Kiwi's server. I haven't been feeling very well the past week and a half. I don't know. I've been feeling very tired. Past week or so. Trying to get that in there, and my eye's been watering quite a bit. Eye, kind of like a light infection, something. All sorts of weird things. So, but I'm feeling better today. Also, my sleeping habits have been all over the place. It's been crazy. I've had to jump into my tea stash to try to get me to be able to go back to sleep at a reasonable time. So it's been kind of hard to do that. I don't know, maybe my sleeping habits have changed or something. I don't know. It's very weird. So I went to bed early. Earlier than what I normally do. I think I went to bed at like 9:30 p.m. because I'm usually up to midnight, and I woke up at like 6 this morning without an alarm clock, or 5 or probably 5 a.m. something like that, which is weird because usually I could sleep in forever. So yeah, that's a little bit weird. Hello, Eric. The crazy Viking. Welcome in. So yeah, I don't hear it going. My sleeping habits is way off. I don't know what it is. So I had to take some tea last night to get myself to sort of want to go to sleep. So I took, what did I take? I took some licorice. I do two things. There's wormwood. So wormwood. But wormwood is a very bitter tea. Very bitter. Very bitter. So I took also a tea bag of licorice tea because I love licorice tea. So I put that in there and I steeped that last night, which kind of allowed me to go to bed. Oh, so you're having the same problem too? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what it is, Eric. Kind of concerning. Anyways, I did go to bed at like 9:30. Like literally, I was able to go to bed, but then I still woke up way early in the morning. So I don't know. My health, I guess, is all over the place. So, and I'm 43 years of age, so maybe my body's changing or something. That could possibly be the case too. Maybe I don't need as much sleep or something. I don't. 3:30 a.m. I went to sleep. Oh, 3:30 a.m. Oh boy. Yeah, I've been doing that the past couple of weeks before that. And I was like, this is not sustainable. I need to kind of change that. So that's why I took my tea last night. So yeah, you're having the same problems as me, so I'm not the only one. I don't like it. That's all I could say. Archie the Archer 123. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, we're just talking about health. I'm in better spirits today, but it has been a rough week. So very rough couple of weeks, 3 weeks actually. So sleep habits. So I don't know what's going on. It's not only me that I think is messed up. I think even nature's messed up. I've got like we're in winter literally, and our bulbs are growing. Our plants are like flowering in the middle of winter. So maybe all of nature is messed up. I don't know. My MS makes me fall asleep whenever. MS, you'll have to give me the full wording. I'm guessing, is that like a health thing? Health issue? If it's very long to type, you could say, yeah, it's just a health issue. And then I'll kind of... This sim guy, welcome in. Welcome in. Multiple sclerosis. That's the muscle deterioration disease type, right? I can look it up. Multiple sclerosis. Oh no, it's an autoimmune disease where the immune system attacks myelin, a protective covering of nerve fibers in the brain and spinal cord, disrupting nerve signals and causing a variety of symptoms like vision problems, numbness, weakness, balance issues, fatigue, cognitive challenge. Oh, so it's more or less, wow. Yeah. Oh, your admin spanner is gone. Oh. Let me just add that back. 1 sec. Operator. Yeah. There we go. They're back in the... I had to do a clearing because they changed the rules on the... there's a couple of other of my moderators that have been demoderated. But they'll get re-added when they pop into my chat or whatever. They changed the moderation rules. They've got like managing moderators and regular moderators. I had to clean all that up. So there's a few people that are not in moderation mode, but should be in moderation mode. Anyways, I should get the game back up. But I'm feeling better today. So even though I did kind of oddly wake up earlier, usually I would be waking up probably about an an hour ago. So yes, they made some changes 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago with how much access managing moderators have. So I decided to clear up my entire managing moderation list, and they don't make it easier to re-add it in. So I said, well, as soon as someone comes back in that's usually one of my regular moderators, I'll just add them back into the regular list. So I thought I would pull everyone out of the managing moderation list because I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with managing moderation or how it's going to work. I have a rough idea what's going to happen. It's basically they're trying to turn YouTube into Facebook. So in case people are trying to wonder what they're going to do. So that means that you would have like people could post to your community post section and stuff like that. So my understanding is the managing moderation section will encompass the ability for my moderators to manage my posts on my community page and all of this stuff and a whole whack of other things, because you can freely post on there. And I said, well, I'm going to just pull out all of my moderators out of the managing section simply because I'm not exactly sure if that's the direction I want to take with the channel. So I said, I'm going to hold off until I have a better understanding how YouTube is going to roll this out. But generally, it's basically going to become like a Facebook group is down the road eventually, is what YouTube is trying to do. And Facebook groups, they have moderation, that you can do posting, community posting, and it's just crazy, the amount of stuff. That's why I don't have a Facebook page for my channel. It's like, that's just one less thing I have to manage. It seems like a train wreck on Facebook, in my opinion. So I said, no, I'm just going to stay on YouTube. But it seems like YouTube is moving in that direction. They want something like that to happen. So they're slow creeping it in for everybody. So it's not like, oh, what's this all about? Gotta update that. Oh boy, all sorts of things to update. Well, that's updating. Yeah, so there's a lot of that happening. You can expect YouTube to become more like that, I guess, in the near future. But I think the difference between Facebook and YouTube, like YouTube is doing it in a very slow rollout because I don't think they want to have too much shock value. The other thing too is as they roll these new features out, it's very slow and not everybody has it. It gives you a bit of time to figure out how it all works. And they don't want it to be overly destructive, I guess. This sort of thing. So, my hope is that what they will do is continue to provide content creators an on-off switch for all these new changes, which seems to be what they have been doing. Yeah, it gives the creators control over their creation lands. Whereas YouTube, Facebook, they just say, this is it. Welcome aboard. Giddy up. Buckle your seatbelt. It's going to be an interesting ride. Whereas YouTube, they just gradually bring things out, and they usually provide an on-off switch. So let's hope they stick with that philosophy. I'm gonna click that. So yeah, that'd be good. drinking coffee this morning. A little bit of lavender, cinnamon, and I threw like a peppermint pinwheel into the coffee as well. So spit that out to give me a interesting boost. Should be good. No sugar, straight black too, by the way. So, and no cream. So it's just the ingredients. So yeah, that's been me in a nutshell. Haven't been live streaming much. And been just kind of sort of getting my body back into shape or back into order. So, but I'm back. I have been following the headlines a little bit. I know about the changes with Giants. I watched the DJ Goham video and I think Clutch Simulation. So I think they're on vacation or going on vacation. And then I heard about the firing news. I know about that. As Kermit, especially Kermit. I was kind of surprised with Kermit. So not many people know this. I do. He's actually like he started his career as a content creator. He was actually live streaming Farming Simulator. I don't know which version, it's been so long ago, but he was a Twitch streamer and had quite a following. He was with the Sim Game Alliance for quite a while. That's basically the group that makes this map that I'm playing right now. And then eventually, because he was so proactive in the community as a content creator, I guess the opportunity to become a coordinator came available. So I'm very kind of concerned about it because one, he is community oriented. He's very pro content creation. He plays the game. What else? He is very pro community mods, meaning you can build mods, right? And you can put them into the game. So these are very strong things that he's always advocated for over the years. So generally, if you fire or remove someone, generally it's because you don't necessarily align with the structure of which the big plan is, right? So make it full screen. Which one are you on? Oh, you are over here. Oh, you're probably on my other stream. Are you seeing? Are you on your phone? I could probably blow it up further, I guess. Let's see here. Blow that up. There, is that better? I'll cover it all up. There we go. But anyways, I got it full blown. That should do it. So yeah, it's kind of wondering where the direction will be going with that. Who will be the next community director? Will they appoint a new community director? So these are sort of some of the questions. And then in the video, I guess there was some controversy over Project Motor Racing that was brought up that I guess Giants staff own part of it or something like that. So which I think DJ brought up. So which I suspected kind of all along that was there. So I don't know what what it all means. But on the bright side, we might get someone new and fantastic in place. It hopefully we get someone that shares the same values, because those are tremendous values, right? People that will advocate for the player base and the community, right? I think that's what we expect from a community coordinator, that the thoughts and opinions of the player base has a method of getting up to management, right? Or whoever makes the top decisions over there at Giants, right? So I guess we'll have to see what happens. I imagine we probably won't see a community coordinator for a while. I imagine if they will probably start hiring in January, and then we probably won't see someone until probably maybe the summer, if they do decide to replace that position. There is that guy from Germany. I forget his name, because I usually watch Kermit. But I imagine we will probably see more of him doing most of the community updates. I know that he has teamed up with Kermit before on a few of the information sessions, stuff like that. So yeah, it's too bad. I think it's a significant loss. I think mainly what I admired about him is his passion for the game. And hopefully we will see someone of equal value when Merritt fulfill the role. My concern is that they put someone in there like from marketing or something like that. Someone that doesn't have a passion for the game, right? And that's always possible, right? They might put someone in that doesn't really have that much passion in the game. Maybe they played a few times and that's about it. I don't know, right? It just depends on the hiring expectations that they have, right? So that would be a tremendous blow if they put someone in that doesn't have the passion, right, for the game. They have more of a focus on something else. I don't know. So we'll have to see what happens. But it can also open up new opportunities. So if you get someone else in there as a community coordinator, they might bring in new ideas, new ways of doing things, new ways of, integrating the community into the game, right? So, because there's probably a lot more things that could be done or could be seen to be done. I've always been wanting to see like Twitch drops put on Twitch, to tell you the truth, or other rewards or stuff like that added for content creators. I think more of a I think in the last 6 months we've seen more focus on the YouTube channel from Giants, which has been phenomenal. Like opening up where they start doing short videos for different mods released on the Mod Hub. I thought that was phenomenal. Newsreels and stuff like that. I think seeing more of that would be a welcome sight, I think. All right. We're back in the game. Where the heck are we? Over here. Oh. I don't think I have my eye tracker on. So those are the small things. So we'll have to see what happens. I am concerned about the overlap with Project Motor Racing, which I think everybody is. I think they need to probably not do that. That's all I gotta say. I think they need to have separate teams. Obviously, it sounds like they've got some mix matching going on there. Why is my power not going on? Oh, gotta click on the game. So hopefully that works. We've got eye tracker in place here. I think we all kind of suspected that there was some I don't know, overlap between Project Motor Racing and Farming Simulator. And I honestly think that they should be separated, or else they will have some serious problems. Both games will fail. Project Motor Racing had a bad launch. I mean, I've even read, I don't play the game. I've never played it. But obviously it has had a bad launch. I've read the comments. There's a lot of people just literally flaming it. So I was like, okay. And then we have had our own issues with Farming Simulator. I don't think it is as bad as Project Motor Racing because I think the community has been established. You know, we are passionate about the game, right? And I think we are a forgivable community when it comes to the game. There has been some people I've read comments from player base, you know, on other channels where they just literally are mad, right? And I've seen Discord conversations, but I honestly think the community has stuck it together through this rough patch, and because they love the game. I mean, I love the game. It's not perfect. But I think at this point, we got to really, you know, ensure that we maintain a good product and it doesn't continue to slip down that hole. And I think that's probably one of the key things. Because even though some people are worried, oh, well, you shouldn't talk too badly about the game and stuff like that. Part of it is when you do discuss these matters, and I know some people are not comfortable talking about it. It engages a conversation and it gets the word out to Giant, right? I'm gonna go this way actually. I think I got more products to pick up. So it creates the conversation, and I think even Giant's staff has even acknowledged, you know, that there has been issues, right? So you get that open dialogue. So I think it's a move forward. But every gaming company runs into these problems. As an example, you take Dune Awakening, which is another game, and I keep on bringing this up, right? So they have released a new patch. They have had a roadmap for a year, because this game only came out, what was it? I think last summer at the beginning in the Northern Hemisphere, just to clarify. And we hit a roadblock, and a lot of the community were upset because we've hit a situation where we progressed so far. But the team has gone ahead and they have revised their roadmap for the game. So they were actually expecting to send out chapter 3, I think, not until like next summer. But because of the fact that most player base has already gone through most of the content, and people are saying, well, we're bored. What's the point of playing this game, right? And that's literally what's going on. Where's my telehandler? They decided, because of the negative feedback, or constructive feedback, I guess I should say. That's the proper way of saying it. from the community, right? And different channels. And I'll tell you this one thing, the key thing that was brought up, like in the Q&A yesterday, is that it was from content creation channels that were actually, you know, bringing up these criticisms, and that's what they paid attention to the most, which I thought was interesting. Where did my thing go? Missing a telehandler. But anyways, because of that, the roadmap was pushed up, right? There's been a lot of quality of life improvements put into the game as well to improve it. So this is for Dune Awakening, by the way. Just going to repeat that in case people think I'm talking about Farming Simulator. I'm just doing a comparison between two companies, right? Between Giants and Funcom, which is another company that makes a game that I like to play. But anyways, they had a successful, huge release, and you know it's grown, and now it's starting to die off for player base because they look at the analytics of how many people sign into to the game via Steam, and as a result, because of that extra criticism brought forward, you know, by content creators, Reddit posts and Discord posts, all of that, Funcom decided, well, we need to rethink our roadmap, so we're going to push things up a little bit. The right one? What about this one? So they've pushed the roadmap up, and they've made some tweaks to some of their approaches to that particular title. They still got a lot to do because there are some aspects of that game that people are still not happy with. There's the balancing between player versus environment versus player, right? So there's a lot of people that want to play the game that want to go into the game and kill other people. And then there's another player base that just wants to play it and be friendly and happy. I fall in that category, by the way. I'm the guy that just wants to go in there and gather resources and sell stuff and enjoy the storyline, right? Player versus environment. So there's a lot of it's a mixed community. But they're trying to find that balance. Get in here. I'm just gonna get out of here and have a telehandler somewhere. Oh, this is probably it. There it is. Excuse me. So you have that, right? And basically my point is with that game, the player base has basically said, look, this is what we want to see in the game. And as a result, because of that constructive criticism, the game company has decided to change it. So, and it's not just with that game, even like a game like World of Warcraft. I mean, they have been like raked over the coals. They're probably one of the largest companies in the world because they are owned by Microsoft. And they have been continuously making profits for years. They got raked over the coals by the player base, and they finally have found, you know, they literally took the time to analyze all of the information that that the player base has provided, and they are finally doing things that are a little bit more constructive to try to salvage, you know, their subscription base essentially. So my point is it's not as much as we like to see our titles, you know, be protected, and you know, we get probably upset seeing other players get mad and just blame you know, an industry. But those criticisms are still valid, and they do make a difference in the game overall, is my point. So same with content creators. There's a lot of, especially with World of Warcraft, oh my god, the content creators over there, they will not hold off on blaming Blizzard if they do something wrong. Literally. Like Osmond Gold, you guys might have heard of him. He's probably the most popular content creator to just go poof. If he sees a royal screw up, he will not hesitate to go ahead and blame the company. And usually, you know, even some of his criticisms, they are watched by Blizzard employees, right? I was like, oh god, we pissed off Osmond Gold, right? But it has to be constructive criticism, right? I mean, you can't just go on a big rant, right? There's got to be some sort of constructiveness to your criticisms whenever you're criticizing a company. So my point is there is value in criticism, and there is value to content that criticizes you know, the way or the direction that a game is being built, essentially. Because some of the times, you know, sometimes the extra, you know, I don't know, emotion expressed in a video, or you get this guy that has constructive reasoning to be mad, and he's on a video and he's just ranting and raving on something. Sometimes the developers need to see that. It's like, holy crap, well, we better look at this, right? Especially if it's constructive. So that's my point on the whole matter. So I will, and my point with regards to Giants, I commend Mr. Sealy P, and also DJ Goham and Clutch Simulation. You know, sort of doing their best to bring out these concerns. It's probably not easy, right? I don't know the constraints of being a Giants partner. I don't know if you have to watch your P's and Q's and follow decorum and all of that. I imagine that there might be something like that, perhaps. I don't. It's like, do I talk about this on a video, or is it going to ruin me? All right. So taking the opportunity and talking about these things, I think it is necessary if it's constructive, right? So, and I think those three, at least, I think they did a good job. I think bringing that to light, especially. I haven't seen Mr. Sealy P. I'm not sure if he talked about the latest stuff, but I do know that he has tried to find a positive way to address concerns about Farming Simulator in the past. You know, doing a live stream, asking, well, what are the issues with Farming Simulator 25, right? I think that it's a positive way of dealing with, you know, negative criticism and trying to figure out a way to fix things. Hello, Ghost Shop, or Ghost Pet Shop. Welcome in. Thank you for the like, sir. I appreciate you. We're just doing a little Farming Simulator, and I'm kind of talking about, you know, providing negative feedback about video games, because I know that that's usually a hot topic. Probably even now, because I think we're going into the Christmas season and there's a lot of new video games coming out. People are buying all sorts of things, trying out new things. All right. I need to get a sip of my coffee here. Whoops. I still didn't get my straw. Yeah, I gotta get a straw. I got a straw. I'll get that when I refill my coffee. Forgot to do that. So I'm using the tracker, so when I put my hand in front of my face, it disrupts the tracker a bit. So that's why you see, like, I'm going to demonstrate right now. I'm going to take a cup and it's going to go all weird. See? It just went, and that's because the cup got in the way. So it just gets confused and it's like it goes to sleep or something. I don't know. Yeah. Not virtual reality. No. Nope. It's not virtual reality. It's my webcam tracking my head and my eyes right now. It's I-beam tracker. It works with other games too. Unfortunately, I think racing games. So if you're in the racing games, you might want to consider getting it. I'm not sure about RPG games. I think there might be a few RPG games that it might work with. But it's not just for Farming Simulator, it's for other games too. It's on Steam, and what it does is if you have a webcam, it will turn it into a tracker, your webcam into a tracker, basically. So that if you're in a simulation environment, like, I don't know, like what I'm doing right now, or what else? Is there Bus Simulator, Project Motor Racing, what else is there? American Truck Simulator, anything that construction simulator, maybe you're inside the truck, you can, instead of having to like use a thumbstick or something or a joystick to move the angle of where you're looking, the camera, your own personal camera, is that going to go on there? Nope. Will turn in the direction of your eyes or your head, basically. I don't think I got enough room on. I just parked this right here. Yeah, it didn't stack on very well. We're gonna go sell this stuff. So I'm looking down at my keyboard in case anyone's wondering. Alright. It's if you like simulator games, definitely get it. And racing games, I suppose, too. Like, I can look behind me and I don't have to turn my head that much, right? So it feels more natural. So it's, I think about $39 on Steam. So it's like I-beam tracker is what it's called. So you might want to consider getting it. And if you don't play racing games, maybe look it up. Maybe there's a, I don't know, first-person shooter. Maybe it might help with that a little bit. I don't know. You'd have to look at the list of different games that are supported. Okay, I've got a train coming. Or not. Nope. Fine. But, I love it. I think it's fantastic. It's like the best purchase that I could ever make, I think. Now there are other like eye trackers too, like there's the Tobii product. Now my decision was based on the fact that I didn't really need a hard piece of hardware. Like I already have a webcam. I have actually 2 webcams. And I was like, well, I don't need the hardware. I just need software. So I-beam tracker gave me the ability to, you know, gave me the software to interact with my hardware. Whether Tobii works better, I don't know. Tobii is a different product. It is an I-beam tracker, but what they do is they provide you a piece of hardware, like their variation of a webcam, I guess. And then they also give you the software. Obviously, the price would be higher. So, but if you don't have neither a webcam, let's take a look here to reduce my straps here. Back up. If you don't have either, then maybe you might want the Tobii instead. Is that gonna get off there? Nope. It doesn't like sawdust. Back this way. Because then you need the hardware and the software. But in that case, I would be looking at, well, how much is the software and buying a, you know, buying the iBeam camera, iBeam software and a camera versus the Tobii, which is a hardware and software. So I would probably go that far to try to sketch out which of the two I would buy if I didn't have either. So, but yep. So that's what I did. I went with that. You don't have to get it on Steam. I decided to put it on Steam because that's where all my games are. But you can buy it individually. Make simulation fun. Gonna make it to the end here. Ooh, I've got sawdust on the back of this thing. So I'm gonna have to probably put that into another device, I guess, or another container. I've got like a trailer, I believe, that I can put it in. I've got a lot of paper too over here. That's my trailer right there that I'll probably use. Probably should turn off my engine. Did I? Oh yeah, I kicked out the sawdust there. Okay. Go back to this. Is this as bright as my... There we go. Actually, that's a little bit too bright. That. Nope, I picked them both up again. I'm going to be live streaming another new game shortly. And it's free too. Completely free. What is it called again? It caught my eye. What is it? Where Winds Meet. I'm not sure if anyone has ever heard of that game. But I did a bit of the intro, and I've watched some content creators playing it, and I'm kind of like amazed. It's like I'm kind of like I'm just blown away that the game is free. Because I literally had to start researching it, so there's got to be a catch. This game can't be for free, right? The amount, it's a Chinese game. By a Chinese company, I believe. And it's just beautifully done. Not sure if anyone has ever heard of it, but essentially it's it's kind of like, I guess, Assassin's Creed, but in China, I guess. So it follows like basically the storyline of Chinese feudalism and stuff like that a little bit. And it probably has a little bit of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon magic where you're like leaping through bamboo and stuff like that. Or water dancing or water skipping. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting. The artwork done in the game is amazing. I thought at first, oh, it's going to be all in Chinese. It's gonna have like subtitles or something like that, but nope, they've got English actors doing the voiceovers and stuff like that for the characters, and I don't know, it's just amazing. I didn't get too far into the start of it. I just sort of did a little bit of the light introduction, but I'll probably re-roll a new character. Character customization is like phenomenal. I'm like, wow, like crazy. So I'm still like shaking my head. Why is this free? They do make money. It's through microtransactions of like customization, stuff like that. But if you are not a person that really cares about wardrobe and fancy looking outfits and stuff like that, which I kind of fall in that category, then you're gonna be like, hot damn, these guys are insane for giving this game away for free. So I'm going to be trying to live stream that at some point, just for something different to do. I will be doing some more World of Warcraft live streams as well, just so people are aware. Like I said, I haven't live streamed for the past few days, so I've kind of, and I haven't played any video games, to tell you the truth. So I've kind of fallen behind. I'm going to be trying to get my item level, or sorry, my infinite power up to 999. I'm like at 940 or 950 or something like that. So probably one more game session, I should probably be up there. And then I'm going to be doing like some alt stuff and trying to get all of the bloody excuse me, the achievements out of the way. I'm so close. It's a time limited event, so that's why I'm putting a lot of focus on it. I keep on repeating that because it's just to let people know that once the event goes away, it's gone. I can't do any of that content again, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I talk about it, and I've been playing it quite a bit. So we'll do that. I want to try to get all the achievements out of the way. So a bit of an achievement nut over there. And I honestly think I can do it. So it's a realistic thing. There's reality there. I think it's doable. It's not unreal. So we'll see. I've got like only a few more achievements left. I need to do, like, I have to work on alts a little bit, and a few other things. So there's that. We'll have to get into Dune Awakening again. I have been playing that a wee bit because I had to jump in and check my power on my base. So you can expect that. I'll show you guys the cargo container that I finally got. I was able to build it really easily, so I have all the materials. The problem with my Dune Awakening base is I've got way too much stuff and I got nothing to do with it. Like, I literally am just basically a base full of stuff right now and nothing to do with that stuff. Like, in Farming Simulator, right, you make something and then you sell it, right? So, and then you put it into a farm, right? So the mechanics in Farm Sim makes it easier for you to not feel like you've got a whole whack of stuff just sitting there, right? You've got a way to do something with it, right? Unfortunately, with Dune Awakening, I don't think it's quite balanced for that kind of gameplay yet. I've been mostly selling like fuel cells on the market in that game. People are buying it. There's a lot of people that are very lazy. I call it out. It's so easy to make fuel cells. I was like, come on, why aren't you making your own fuel cells? But they just don't have no interest in farming, right? So win for me. I'll take their money for sure. So I've been doing that. I've been making some advanced fuel cells because I got so much material for that. So I just put them into my productions for making fuel cells and spitting it all out. So I'm doing that. My other thing that I want to do in Dune is try to get another base built. So we'll see about that. And the other thing too is I'm part of a guild, so I work with other people. We are looking at the Funcom's going to be introducing like, what do you call it, server transfers to solve population problems. So our guild is currently kind of like organizing stuff, like tearing things down, moving stuff around, getting it backed up because we can back up our bases, and then we want to try to move to other servers. It seems like we're going to be moving to a PvE only, player versus environment server only type server. So that will be the plan. Not sure if it's going to work because we're still waiting for Funcom to give us the specifics on how that is supposed to be done. I think I can't get another row on there because it's a bit weird. Fell off here. So we will be doing that. Some of my guild mates are currently tearing down their bases, but I haven't done that. Or organizing things. And then I thought about it because I have been in discussions with, I don't know, people on Facebook about Dune. And I had mentioned, well, our guild is planning on moving, but there was an interesting counter comment that gave me a bit of pause, because it kind of gave me the indication that maybe it might not be possible to transfer our characters to a private server. It might have to be like a Funcom to Funcom server. And I mentioned that to, I think, one of my guildmates, Kenshin. He usually joins our live streams every once in a while. I think he's at work right now. But anyways, I mentioned it to him. Haven't gotten a DM back on that because I started thinking about it. I thought, well, that might be the case. That makes sense, because how are you? Most of the private servers are on like G Portal, and they are on. I don't know. There's a few other server companies too out there that you can create a, just like Farming Simulator, basically. You got your G Portal, and there's, I think, a few other companies that do I don't know, server hosting, right? So then the question is how do you get your game save or your character save from a public server owned by a company, like the individual files, and how do you get them transferred over to a private server? Right? Like with Giants, I think they have a few of their own servers, but you can't just contact Giants and say, hey, I want to move my farmer and the map over to blank, right? I mean, I suppose they could probably do something to a degree, but my point is that there's a lot of, holes and stuff like that you got to jump through. So I thought about that and I said, well, there's not really a likelihood that Funcom would be able to provide that type of service. They might be able to provide a service for transfer to an existing server that they control, which I think is what they will probably do. So unless they want to surprise us, but I thought about it and I thought, well, this might not actually happen the way. So I mentioned it to one of my guild mates. I didn't make, I don't usually do like a full-on public post or anything. I'm pretty quiet in my guild. Sometimes I comment on certain things, but usually pretty much the guy in the background usually. But I mentioned it to Kenshin, so hopefully maybe he might think on that and figure out, because I know that a lot of our guild mates are like, well, I'm on the road, I'm packing up my stuff, I'm tearing things down, I'm organizing things, I'm getting all hyped, I'm building this, I'm building that, and doing all of these different steps, right? to move to a server, but it's quite possible that this may not be it may not be an option, is what I'm trying to say, right? So you're jumping the gun, right? So Funcom hasn't officially given details on how they plan to orchestrate server merges or server transfers. So that's why I kind of put the caution onto the wind, and I said, you guys might be jumping the gun a little bit. Might be doing all this work for nothing, right? Now it's key because the reason why it's key is that, well, that would mean that you might be better off just rolling if you literally want to join a new server. And if I am correct, and you cannot transfer a character from a public server to a private server, you would probably be better off putting your time, instead of tearing down an existing base, and just jumping onto that private server now and just, leveling up your character, right? Because you have to level up your character. You'd be starting from scratch with nothing. So, or you just say, nope, I don't want to roll a new character. I'm going to stay right where I am. So, as for the commenter that had given me this slight insight, I don't think he was too happy with the fact that I had stated that I was considering jumping to a PvE server, or mentioning the fact that a lot of people are actually considering jumping to PvP server. Because this individual, I've seen his comments before, and he's more of a PvP person, player versus player, right? So in his mind, he sees that the game is dead because the gameplay that he wants is not there, right? So I counter-argued, and I said, well, the player versus environment group, which I fall into, right? I said, are making their own community, right? And I countered, and I haven't gotten a reply back from him on this, but I countered, and I said, well, you can do the exact same thing. You can create your own server that's player versus player. And I haven't gotten a response back on that comment. So in my mind, I'm like thinking, okay, now, of course, if you set up a server like that, that means everybody on the server is going to be fighting you. Okay? Meaning that everybody's going to be fighting and stuff like that. That's sort of he wants to fight other people, right? Now, if I wanted to be cheeky, I was hoping he was going to reply back with something that would say, well, no, that it shouldn't be that way. We should have player versus player and player versus environment all on the same server. I was hoping that he might fall into my trap and make his comment like that. And then my counter argument is it would have been on that. So let me get this straight. You want to do PvP, but you only want to take on players that have no interest in fighting you. So I'm waiting for him to comment back, but I don't think he will. He probably realizes the trap he's probably walking into in that dialogue, because in all honesty, I think there are some player versus player players that literally want the actual competition of taking on another individual that is skilled and is challenging to defeat. There are player versus player people that think that way. But there are a lot of player versus player people that simply like to grief people that have no interest in player versus player, right? They just want the easy kill. They want to go in and they just want to go after players that have no interest in player versus player, right? And it's like, oh, I look at me, I can go ahead and take on this guy that's mining spice, that's peacefully playing the game or whatever, right? And I think this individual is one of those people. He is not a true player versus player person. He is a griefer, essentially. And he's mad because he can't grief anyone anymore. it's pretty much my sum up. So I'm waiting for him to come into my conversation and counter my comment. So we will have to see. I haven't seen it. I honestly think he sees the trap that I've kind of laid for him. And he's just basically ghosting my comment, essentially, on Facebook. So, but it's fun. I usually like when I'm not on stream or I'm doing other things, I usually like to jump into debates. No, I don't talk in a very debate manner on my live streams. I usually like to try to keep things down, but when I am not on live streams, I'm literally debating on Facebook, or I'm debating on YouTube, or something like on other channels and stuff like that are controversial. So and it's fun. You kind of get in there and you start talking, right? And you set yourself up. I think a lot of the times what I enjoy doing is I go in there, I read the comment on it, I say, okay, can I somehow trap this person into a conversation or debate? And it can be fun just to see, if you can make someone look like an idiot at the end of the day. I know it's kind of crazy. But anyways, I'm waiting for this guy to reply back and see what happens. I don't think he will. I think he's gotten on to what I'm trying to do with my comments. I might have made it a little bit too evident, and he sees the trap. So I've scared the poor animal away. So he's not going to fall into my trap. Is my guess. Probably. But I had some enjoyment, because it's also a win. If you get the final last word in a comment, right, online, it's pretty much you've won, right? People are going to see your last comment, and then they're going to be like, well, how come he didn't reply back, right? That's literally how people will look at it. At least that's how I look at it. Oh, well, that guy lost that conversation. So, yeah, kind of funny. I don't know how I got onto this topic about debate, but anyways, I'm endless run-on conversation. I usually like to debate, though. If I'm debating, I don't usually like to debate like live. Not much. I mean, I guess I've never tried to really, like where you're like having an active conversation with someone and you're debating. I mean, I have debated, I guess, a few people, but not very many in person. I usually like to debate online. Excuse me, because then you have time to read over what is said, like whatever the comment is, and then you have time to think about it and come up with a valid argument, counter argument, right? Or you can research too. That's the other beauty of it. Whenever you're like doing forum post debate, stuff like that, you have the advantage of not replying to something right away. You can take the time to do a bit of research to formulate your counter argument, right? So just to fact check yourself, because everybody's going to fact check you when you're online, right? It's like, you got to read this article. This isn't right. What you just said isn't right. You're a liar. Right? So you can read over whatever the comment is, take some time, and come up with, you know, in your mind, a strategy of attack, right? And then if you're not 100% sure about your argument, like usually I'm pretty sure if I'm going to take on an argument, whether my argument is going to hold any bounds. And and there are times where I am not 100% sure, I will then just basically do a bit of research, right? Just to try to find something that will back it up, because I don't want to look like an idiot. Okay? And usually most of the time I do fairly good with my debates online, and it's fun. The other way to determine whether or not you've actually won a debate is whether or not the person if the person comes back with an insult saying, oh, well, you're just stupid, or well, that's typical of you because you're a blank, or something like that. Like, they don't actually give a valid counter argument. You already know you won, because they're just insulting you and they're mad, right? They don't have a way to come up with a factual response, and that happens a lot too. Oh, I think I need to take this load to the store. Put my straps on. Yes, they are. Perfect. So, and I've had a lot of that. I'll get people, well, you're just stupid, or I'm not really a person that comes up with insults. I never throw insults on my comments. I just keep it professional. I usually enjoy the art of debate. I don't enjoy the art of insult. I've been called all sorts of crazy things that are purely insulting, and I'm like, okay, well, I win. I get a kick out of it. But yeah, I think if you are in a situation where you only think that you can come back with just an insult, like calling a person a name or something like that, without giving like a valid reason, and like if you can't give a factual, counter argument, you're probably best just to walk away. So just like that guy with the PvPer guy, he basically, he could have came around and started insulting me or whatever, right? Or attacking me, right? If he wanted to. I know, well, you're just a wussy Care Bear or something like that. A wussy PvE player or something like that, right? But instead what he decided to do was just walk away from the argument, right? Or walk away from the conversation, right? And that's usually the best way of doing it, and I've done that too. I've run into a situation where I can't find a counter argument, and I just basically walk away from the conversation, because if you start throwing negative slurs around and stuff like that, it's just going to make you look like an idiot. Clown, really. So on the debate stage, so then you just scroll down the list and you find another argument to get into, or debate, or whatever you call it. But key thing I think is definitely make sure you have your facts straight, right? You know, or you can make comments. Like I think on Facebook, at least for me in Canada, it's very difficult because I can't I'm not allowed under my legislation in Canada that I cannot share news articles. It's just part of one of our legislation protection things. I cannot take like a lot of the times what a lot of people will do is they will go ahead and they will usually use news articles or websites and stuff like that, and they'll take a link and they'll post it in there. They'll give their argument, and then they'll say, look, this is my research, this is how I came up with my assessment of how I came up with my points, and then you post the link, right? That's how I used to do it when I was allowed to post links on Facebook and other social media places. But in Canada, I can't do that. In some cases, I kind of broke the rules, but it's a little bit of work. What I have to do is I have to go on my phone or I have to go on my computer and I have to take a screenshot of like articles and stuff like that, or snippets and stuff, and then put that into the channel, whether that's on Facebook or wherever they look, right? But that means a lot more work. So I don't think every country falls into that category where they're restricted on posting, because I do notice that some people do have the ability to post things. For getting facts and stuff, having an AI tool helps. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Like I've gone into Copilot, and I've used Copilot, and if I have an idea, right, I'll usually try to request for articles or information or details regarding a specific topic, right? Sometimes I'll just do a Google search. I'll do that. But I find AI is far better to a degree. You have to read the material over, though. Make sure that it sounds sound and that there's some sort of reference link, right? Whenever you're doing something like that. But AI, I find it is a little bit quicker at getting the information, right? And point form. It seems to have some sort of weird intuition of knowing exactly the specific things that you're looking for. Like, I don't know, I usually use Copilot on my computer quite a bit, and it will just sort of understand what I'm trying to do. It'll feed me the exact things that I need, right? It'll, like, for some reason it knows, like, I don't tell it, oh, well, I'm running a debate with so-and-so on Facebook, and it's about this, and I need counterpoints of this, this, and this. I don't do that, obviously. I just ask the question of what I'm trying to look for, right? And then poof, it gives me the counterpoint or the points that I'm looking for, right? Just jump in there. I'd have to say in the past year, I've relied more on AI for argument's sake, I guess. For information. I still do Google searches. I do a lot of Google searching too, and article reading as well, to, build whatever I'm what sort of counter arguments I'm trying to come up with or what. But I've noticed I don't have to do that as much. I seem to be more relying on AI these days for information. Even when I do Google searches, it's AI that's usually doing the work. Really, it's kind of scary, you know. And it ties in what's kind of weird too, like some with my arguments and stuff like that. If I'm doing Google searches or content searches and stuff like that, I will usually sometimes find YouTube videos just out of the blue show up in my life, even though I never used YouTube in the first place for doing my initial searches. I was either using Copilot or something like that. So what? And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that even though, you know, Copilot is Microsoft and, you know, Google is, well, YouTube is Google, those are two separate companies. There's a little overlap or something. They seem to be able to overlap a little bit, which is kind of creepy in a way. Convenient but creepy at the same time. It's like, and I've seen, okay, wait a sec. You know, I've had moments like that where I'm sitting there thinking, you know, how the heck is this being presented to me as a YouTube video, right? And then poof, it just shows up there. Kind of weird. So. Kind of interesting how content, or I mean, all these devices out there interact with each other. Hey, this is all wood chips, by the way. I will be moving all of that and selling it shortly. I think this will need to go to the paper mill. Put this over here. Just close this one window on the computer. Here. This trailer is not auto load, so I gotta figure that out. This do my straps here. There we go. Grab a cup of coffee. Sip. That time it looked up and I took a sip. Okay, I'm gonna go right here to check, see how my furniture factories. So just my defragmenting problem has been kind of fixed. I've been defragmenting my drive for the past, I don't know, week and a half or something like that. So finally got that sort of done. I had to stop and then restart. I was like, well, am I going to lose progress? And I didn't really lose any progress because the defragmented values, each time I reanalyzed the drive, it did actually reduce. So I was quite happy with that. So I would just start basically downloading, or sorry, defragging again and again whenever I have time. So if I'm like, I don't know, reading articles on my computer or doing different things, I would just bring it up and start defragging it. I'll try to get into a routine of doing that a little bit more often, because I think neglected it for about a year or so. And I think it affected like my system's performance quite a bit because I had a lot of fragmented files. My computer runs a lot smoother now since I defragged the one drive. I think part of it is that, well, I thought, well, it shouldn't really matter because my OS is on a solid state drive. But I do run some applications and most of my games on a secondary drive. So, well, go ahead and defrag and notice that certain aspects of different things seem to run a little smoother. My next system, I'm going to go straight solid state, I think. I think that's probably where the industry's going anyways. It's more effective. The games run a lot smoother on solid state drives. And they just use a trim command, right, for defragging, which is way quicker. With platter drives or disk drives or whatever you want to call them, where there's mechanical parts, it takes so long. Oop. Simply because so probably do that when I get my next system. But hardware changes so quickly. And then I'll have to, at that point, by the time I do get a new drive, we'll probably have a whack of other things having to do with AI and all of that. Because I think they've got, what, AI PCs now? Something like that. Yeah, man. Like, I still have the old systems where you don't have, like, a AI button keyboard. I've read articles that suggest that there's like a button that you can press on your keyboard and it brings up like Copilot or something. Paper loaded. The other topic I was going to talk about is, I guess, a bit about Canada. I'm not sure exactly how much news gets sent out, how much people, really talk about Canada as a whole, everything like that. It's something that I thought about whether or not I was going to talk about it on a live stream. Things like that, because it's a bit political and people don't like politics and stuff, but I'll try to keep it non-partisan or clean. But there's some interesting things about Canada I think that people should probably be aware of that may not be Canadian, and sort of some interesting things that are developing in Canada that we probably wouldn't have considered doing in quite some time. So, things just seem to like set a fire on some of these ideas and concepts, stuff like that. So, I guess the number one thing is that we've got like something in our constitution that people may not be aware of, and I don't think you'll see too much of it in international news. So if you're in the United States, or maybe some of our US friends might know about this or may not know about it, I don't know. But people from Europe, they may or may not know how much, depends on how much they pay attention to Canadian politics. But in our constitution, we do have the ability to do independent movement. So what that means is like a part of the country can decide to be its own country and stuff like that. So we do have some of those movements going on. We'll probably hear more about it. Maybe, well, there's a lot of discussions now, but I think it'll become more mainstream in 2026, I guess. So Alberta is my neighboring province. They are moving to do a referendum vote on going for independence, which means that Alberta could potentially become their own country. So how the process generally works is that you would need, if a group wants to do this, right, they would have to gather a certain number of signatures. So they would go door to door. I think it's about 125 or 150,000 signatures. So what that does is once they gather those signatures, they can take that to the legislature, which is basically a provincial parliament. So I mention that because I don't know how many countries in the world actually have individual parliament stuff in that section of the country. The United States will know because I think there's like in each state you've got like a legislature in each state. So that would probably be the same thing. So we have that in each province territory, and we elect those individuals to be in those individual parliaments, right? And then of course you got the Parliament of Canada, which oversees the federal level. Anyways, I'm going off topic. But anyway, so the process is that you get your signatures of 150,000. It depends on the province or the territory to decide how many signatures you need. So you get the signatories, and then what happens is that gets handed over to the government, and then they can run what's called a referendum. What that means is that everyone that's a voter in that area can go ahead and vote, yes, we want to become an independent nation or separate from Canada. So we have had 2 previous referendum votes in Quebec, I believe. So Alberta is going to be running one. And then I think Quebec is moving along the lines of trying to do another one. Saskatchewan might do one as well. It's hard to say. So anyways, in order for you get your signatures and then you run a referendum vote. It needs to be legally binding. And that referendum vote, if let's say 51% say yes, then you would have the ability to separate, basically, right? And you would become your own country at that point. So if Alberta or Quebec or Saskatchewan or whichever province decides to do that, and they successfully do that, in the Constitution, it can go through what's called the Clarity Act. And at that point, it's kind of like a divorce. Now, there are certain parties that are privy to that. That would be obviously the province that is trying to separate or go independent. And then there's First Nations. And you've got the other provinces, and then you have the federal government. So they all have to sit down and they have to hash out how this is all going to happen. right? That would mean the whole Constitution would have to be ratified and everything like that. So, um, so this is a real thing. It's happening, and I don't think many people know about it, except for maybe some Americans. Obviously, Canadians are aware about it, right? But I don't know if it's reached like Australia, New Zealand, China, or Europe or UK or whatever. But it's, I guess the best thing is it would be like a Brexit, I guess, in a way, where a part of the country just, leaves. Actually, I think probably UK might be familiar with it, because I think there's been like some referendum votes with Scotland, I believe, maybe Ireland. I think that's been something that has been kind of discussed in the past, but I'm not sure if it's constitutional though in the UK or not. But anyways, we have a constitution where it can happen. So if it does happen, that will be kind of different, interesting, I guess, in a way. So we got that going on. We'll probably hear more, like, I think it might hit more international, like in other countries, I think probably in 2026. It's like too early because they're still trying to do the signature portion of it, and then they still have to do the vote. I think once it gets authorized for a vote, that's where it's going to go like breaking news everywhere, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens, if that happens or if it doesn't happen, or what happens, right? So, so I thought we'd mention that, because most people probably don't know that these types of things are happening. Myself, I'm in BC. There's a lot of interesting things in British Columbia. We are more strong, which I kind of support. There are some people that don't support this, but our province is more in line with UNIDRIP, which is the UN Declaration for Reconciliation with Indigenous Peoples. So a lot of countries are a signatory on that. But in our province, I think to a degree, actually, even in our parts of our constitution in Canada with it. But the core of it is really based at the, how do you say it? At the provincial level, essentially, right? So in our province in British Columbia, we have a very strong focus on it. And what that means is that we give Indigenous people a lot more freedoms and rights over land, and they become more incorporated into the government structure. So UNIDRIP is basically to give Indigenous peoples the ability to govern themselves and have governance over individual aspects of, their culture, their environment, and their people, right? And that's what it is. It's a UN declaration. It's been there. And so in Canada, or in British Columbia anyways, I think it's really getting fast-tracked quite a bit. I find it interesting. There's some issues, of course. We have had some like court challenges over land and stuff like that, because there's like the question of, over private land ownership and stuff like that, which has kind of caused a bit of a headache with regards to that. Land ownership, I should say, for private ownership is not a constitutional right in Canada. So I just want to point that out. Like I know in the United States, I think it's constitutional right. I will try not to crash the sim guy. It's not a constitutional, I think it's a constitutional right in the United States and probably in other countries, that the land that you own as a private citizen is yours, right? But in Canada, that's not the case. I think it's land lease system is how we do it in Canada. You get a title and stuff like that, but you pay taxes, and there's limitation on what you can do with the land, essentially, right? So that's how it works here. So there's some court hearings with regards to that. But the framework is very different because, like where I live in Chilliwack, I think the whole concept is to give them indigenous people to govern, which is happening probably in a rapid succession, I think, in Canada, which is crazy. So, as an example, British Columbia has handed the Queen Charlotte Islands over to the Haida people, which is a large chunk of land. I mean, it could be a province or even a country on its own, right? And they renamed it to Haida Gwaii. They got that, I think, probably in 2014, I think. So not too long ago. So as a result, they start to create their own, they already have like a government system through tribal stuff and everything like that. But I think there's more integration going there, which I think is interesting. I gotta get this up here. Crash counter is not up because you told me to go full screen. You told me to go full screen, the sim guy. So it's covered. I'll show you. You told me to go full screen. See? Crash counter. But you said, oh, no. We want full screen, so we're full screen now. You can't have it either way. Okay. See if we can get this up here. Oh, I gotta click back on here. That's the problem. Lift my leggings. So, oh, I gotta lift that up. I will try not to crash. I'll drive forward here. But, anyways, I'm trying to get my point through here because it's probably not a huge topic that most people are interested in, but I like mentioning it. Myself, I am actually Métis, so it actually matters to me. So, which means I am indigenous. So that's why I am talking about it, because it has interest to me. And I do have indigenous heritage in my background. So that's why I'm talking about it. And it's become particularly interesting to me because of the changes that we are actually seeing in Canada. Well, at least in British Columbia. I think also across the country. I mean, there's other provinces too seeing a lot of indigenous stuff happening. But anyways, I can't really speak too much about the other parts of the country, other than what I do know is that there are like a lot of different land claim disputes happening. But I'm not really well versed in each province and how they are doing things. So I'm only focusing on British Columbia and the changes that I've seen with regards to how Aboriginal people are treated and stuff like that, right? I think it's interesting, to tell you the truth. Like in Chilliwack, this past week, they are, for the first time, opening a court system for First Nations people, following Aboriginal law, which is kind of interesting. And I've never heard of anything like that ever happening anywhere else in Canada, or maybe any other place, right? But there's also partnerships with municipalities. So certain land is being built on with municipality partnership with First Nation for housing and stuff, because obviously, like most parts of the world, there's a housing crisis, right? So part of that solution is working with First Nations to build housing, and there's been a lot of housing built in Chilliwack, put on First Nations land and other land as well. But when you run into these things, these are the building blocks. My point is it's the building blocks is what's being established. There's some people that oppose it. I was like, well, what does it mean, right? You know, there's a lot of stereotypical criticisms and stuff like that, right? And I've read them. There's a lot. But there are structures in place which I think are being built. Like, I think it's interesting because it actually is in alignment with whatever the UNIDRIP UN declaration is about. What I'm trying to, and it's slowly been happening. So what you have to do, like, obviously, if you're going to, the concept of UNIDRIP is basically to give self-governance, right? So obviously you can't just say, okay, well, here you go, govern, right? You need to build certain services and structures to make it happen, right? And I'm starting to see that happen in British Columbia is what I'm trying to say, right? So the court system is one prime example. So you have Aboriginal law, right? That's being used, right? They have their own education system, right? So you have that as well. You have your culture being promoted as well for each nation. So you build all of these things, and you build your government structure well at the time. So, and this is all happening in BC. I think other parts of the country are probably doing some things, like Manitoba, probably another one to watch. But I think a lot of the criticisms on, you know, the support for this usually come from parts of the country where it's not being done as much. You know, there's not a lot of investment in it, whereas the BC government has been really invested in doing it, right? Obviously, there's going to be some headaches along the way and stuff like that. But, you know, you got, just like they say, in order to, you know, make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, right? So, I honestly think it'll happen. I honestly think it'll be a good thing. Not everyone will be happy about it and there's some people probably scared because they don't understand, right? But it's not countrywide though, right? So it's like, I think how it works, like with anything, right? You start in one part of the world and you test it out and see, well, will this actually work or not, right? For different policies and things like that. Then you roll it out, see how it turns out. Okay, I put those 2 logs on there. I think I got more logs down there to grab. I'm gonna get out. This machine I don't like operating very much in cab. I'm just gonna do this because I think it's because I didn't get the front blade set up correctly. But I think the main dilemma right now with UNIDRIP in Canada, which is probably is over the land ownership stuff. And that's where it's like kind of confusing, because there has been land claims and stuff like that where there are private landowners, excuse me, running into problems. But I think that it's going to get worked out. It's just with anything, you try to bring about a concept, right? It doesn't always work the way you intend it to, so you need to reassess the problem and figure out a new solution to stick with the problem. Because I honestly think it's a good idea. It's just that, you know, with any idea, there's always things where you have to kind of iron things out. A lot of private landowners, you know, have the concerns, well, I can't pay my mortgage now, the value of my property, these sorts of things, right? Who do I pay taxes to? You know, these are certain questions that seem to come up with regards to land, which they're slowly working through. At the end of the day, I think, ideally for me, you know, the idea is that, well, if indigenous people are to become, how do you say it, government, right, within their own territory, wouldn't they act like a province or a municipality? You know, could that kind of concept be created, right? And I think that's really the question on it, or at least that's kind of wondering whether or not it would go that way, because that's what it is, right? You want to govern your own land. Well, I would assume you would probably put in something to do that. I think there's just a few little building blocks that are just missing. Some First Nations too, you know, and I'm not sure in BC, but other parts of Canada do have their own constitution, even if it's like on a reserve or something like that. So they have done some of these different like framework, right, which are similar to current day. You know, you've got your federal government that has a constitution, and then you have your provinces that have constitution too. Well, now you've got First Nations that have their own constitution. So my point is that the building blocks are being created. But not everybody is aware of it because they haven't really done the research or understand, well, these things have been in progression for past 5 to 10 years, right? And they have a lack of understanding. So, well, I'm not sure how it'll all turn out, but it's kind of interesting. And I think, you know, some parts of Canada are developed enough to build that infrastructure. And then there's some parts of the country that isn't really, you know, kind of have delinquent or fallen behind on building the services and structures that you need to push this forward, right? But if it does happen, Canada will be very different, I think. I mean, we're evolving in a very different way, I think. So, like, for, you know, like I said, there's the independence movements, there's First Nations, you know. Maybe Canada may have an entirely different map layout. I don't know. But a lot of big changes are happening like really quickly. And I think that probably maybe has some Canadians concerned, well, it's hard to keep up with it all. I don't have the time to do all the research, right? and understand what it really truly always means. But the thing is most of these ideas and concepts have been, in the works for years. It's just now it seems to be, happening. There we go. But I think one thing that Canadians will have is probably a stress out from way too much change. Way too much change. Because there is a lot of change that we have to face as Canadians. I'm telling you. Everything from, tariffs to the world trade changing and everything like that. World conflict, there's that. And then also our own domestic related matters as well, as I had mentioned. But I didn't want to go too much into. Hopefully I've been able to explain it without seeming too partisan on matters, because I know that these types of conversations kind of really just stress people out and get them pissed off, right? Especially if you get a little bit too partisan on certain things, right? Leaning one way or another. So I think probably I've explained some of it. Some of it is exciting. That's why I wanted to talk about it mainly. I didn't want to get people upset or anything like that. I just wanted to share some of the things that are happening in Canada that I think are interesting and may not be covered in your local news, whether you're in, I don't know, New Zealand, the UK, other parts of Europe, right? Because usually, most of the time, you hear your own private news, right? But I think it's interesting to me, anyways, and it's changing, and I think it's fascinating. It's exciting. I've got too much light, so that's mainly why I decided to talk about it. But I think other countries probably have a lot of different things interesting happen too. There's positive. You just have to look for the positive stuff. Our news is always filled up with almost a bunch of crap, right? That stresses people out. But if you look at some of the things that are happening, there are some good things happening too. So you just have to take the time to find it, and then look at it and say, well, that is kind of cool. So hopefully people enjoyed what I had to share. But I was debating on even mentioning it or anything like that, because it is a bit political, but I was like, I had to think about it. Well, how do I talk about it in a way that isn't, that's not going to piss people off or something like that, right? I think it's probably I explained it in a good way. So, I'm going to go to the lumber mill. Our logs head this way. To the mill. So I decided to go this way because this is like a really steep hill. Try to make it up it. Oh, I did it. Actually, that went really well. slow down a bit here. Yeah, so my crash counter is covered, so that's why I have it usually smaller. I might have to redesign my Christmas layout a little bit. I might do that after Christmas or something, like shrink down a few things so that I can make my gameplay box a little larger. It looks great on a TV, by the way, a 55-inch television. You guys are like, Hiram, I am not buying a 55-inch television just to watch your live stream. I was like, oh, come on now. You can afford a 55-inch TV. Okay, how do I'm gonna bring this load here, I guess. Okay. Yep. Hopefully I can make it in. Right here. There we go. Did I hit my, no I didn't. I made it around. Man, I am doing good. Get up. I didn't hit the telehandler. Go back down. Oh my god. You guys gotta get I-beam tracker, okay? Just saying. I'm having a blast. I love it. Or something. It doesn't have to be I-beam tracker. It can be Toby or whatever. Something that allows you to do eye tracking and head tracking. I think Ghost Shop mentioned virtual reality. You can do that too if you want. You will get the same experience, maybe a little bit more immersive with VR. But me myself, I like using just a monitor screen. I've used VR before, and I don't do for long-term sessions. I don't do very well. Just put it that way. I usually get like a bit of a headache, or I get really tired, or something like that. So I usually prefer to use a computer monitor instead, like what I'm doing right now. Large monitor. Good. Okay, do I have any more trees to get? I gotta really grind all these trees down. Right. One thing that I will note is if you use the I-beam tracker software, it will put you in cab when it's turned on. So whenever you jump in and you hit like E on your keyboard, you're basically put into the cab right away. Like I'll demonstrate. See? Right away. So just be prepared for that. You just have to hit C to get out of there. This is probably that tracking. That does not track. So everybody that's watching the live stream, if you could do me a solid, hit the like button. Heck, even hype my video or my live stream if you can. That's an ability. I don't think I've ever had anyone hype any of my content, but anyways, do that or share it out. Definitely appreciate it. Also, we're trying to get up to 800 subscribers, so I'm not sure what we're at right now. I think I'm about like what 68, 668 or something like that. What are we at? Take a look here. Point here. Go to my channel, find out. We're at 768. So we're trying to climb our way up to 800 at least. That's what the goal is. Eventually we'll hit probably 1,000 at some but yeah, subscribe if you can, share out. Back here. Fresh. Oh, it actually expands all the way. Wow. Breath. Oop. Back up here. There we go. Got these logs. Go. I think I got a new variation of the combine from. Did I add it in? Keith sent me a new edition. I'm not sure if I added it. I have to look at it in the shop. Is it under harvesters? Yeah. Sure if this is it or I don't think I added it in. I'm gonna have to do that. Let me do that right. Hit save. go into, have to download it first. It's like a YouTube version of the Tri-Bind. Did the down, bring up the folder. If I can find the folder. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to adjust my layout a bit for the Christmas theme. I'll probably do that after Christmas. So for the gameplay, I have to have it like about this size. So I could reduce the crash box a bit and also the happy holidays to a different size. And that would give me more screen real estate, I think. Essentially. And maybe move that Christmas ball a little bit. The blue one in the upper left-hand corner. So, to reorganize the size of different things. My vertical live stream's not too bad. Probably make that a little larger. That over there. I don't have to change that layout at all. But this is the same layouts that I had like from last year, so. And I thought, well, they look pretty good, and then decided to put them in, and then I realized, oh, maybe I should have them a little larger or something. I don't know. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to go and add the new Tri-Bind to the map. Dump that in there. Put it in. Destination file exists. Oh, I already have it? Interesting. Okay. Where is it? Maybe I don't have it enabled. That's a possibility. Have to save and exit to do that. Come on. Save game. Quit. I may not have it selected. Go to careers. So yeah, I've got like 2 that are not selected. Bottom. So I have a couple of different Tri-Binds. Here's the YouTube Twitch Tri-Bind. I got that one selected, and then I have this other version 1.0 something. Select that. basically the YouTube Twitch one is I gave him my logo, and he just one day said, "Hey, can I get your logo?" And it's like, "Oh, okay." And then he explained that he was gonna put it onto the Shybind, so I was like, "Okay." So we'll do that. So he's with to get his Shybind, it's at redneckmods.itch.io. So I'll put that into the chat, I guess, for you guys. There's a few other YouTubers or content. I'll just say content creators. It's easier to just say that. That have been using it. Shybind. So, and Keith's been a part of my community for quite a while. So he just said, "Hey, I'm working on this." Like, okay. He's got a few other. He's got Shybind T1000 prototype. So eventually it's going to be on the mod hub, from what I understand, which should be pretty cool. So I'm gonna. This is the first time I'm looking at the YouTube, Twitch, or content creator one. So we'll look at it, get it in there. I'll have to take up the other variation, I guess. Eventually, it'll go up on YouTube, or sorry, up on the mod hub. I'll be right back. I gotta refresh my cough, and I'll try to get a straw this time.
about to break. You're riding shotgun. The feeling we chase. I'm wide awake. Take me away now. 'Cause I won't go down the same old path again now. No, I've been running out of air, so let me catch my breath. Feeling I've got's making me crazy. If I'm having a good time, don't you blame me. Yeah, this feeling I've got's making me crazy. Making me crazy. So I'm just gonna drive, drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive. Wherever we go, we're taking control. The future is ours now. The road never ends. It's me and my friends. These are the good times. And I'm feeling like I could go on forever. And I've been running out of air, so let me catch my breath. Feeling I've got's making me crazy. If I'm having a good time, don't you blame me. Yeah, this feeling I've got's making me crazy. Making me crazy. So I'm just gonna drive, drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive. I'm just gonna drive, drive, drive.
Oh, I'm muted. There we go. I'm back. I've been muted the whole time. I'm downloading looking at the FDR website. Downloading stuff. Because there's a trailer that I want to get. Sponsors, achievements, let's see. Oh, he's got a new Discord. There we go, that works. Just share this my own personal Discord. Site server. Server invitations on Discord are a little confusing because most of them are temporary. So you have to actually go in and do a few things to add this to my Discord invite sections. Go. It worked. I'm gonna send him a thumbs up. There we go. All right, so FDR's website, I will share that in the chat. There is a trailer that I'm trying to download. Yep. Is it almost down? Put it at 1.6, so it's a whole package, I guess. I just want the trailer. I'm not interested in the other item. He does make good mods, but I'm using basically the base game stuff that comes with Farm Sim. And then the thing is, I'd have to set up my controllers and all of that stuff, which I don't really want to do. So there we go. I'm lazy. There, I admit it. I have used his FDR mods in the past, though. I think on 19 and a little bit on 22.
I'll take the blame for what we are.
Got 1 minute to download. All right. Let that keep on going. Edit. It's a bit bright. Yeah.
Could hear the words for me to carry on my own, to get me home to where I belong. No, I'm not sure that we can keep getting robbed of emotion. Bide our time and proceed.
That's a good enough load. Sure if I can get the rest.
I'm not sure. Spending time far away. It's never what I meant to do for us. Even though you're okay, give you all of me for you to see. I'm not sure that we can keep getting robbed of emotion. Bide our time and proceed to calculate
But
an
this
equation. All this time that we bleed to keep getting robbed of emotion. Lives fly by as we proceed.
but yeah,
Calculate solve the equation.
FDR modding, you really want to get like heavy to log, I would probably go with his mods. From what I understand, he works in the industry. Most of the equipment, I believe he's operated personally or has a good understanding of the equipment. A mess. Yeah. Too big. Much. So that's why so you can try out his mod, see what you think. Too bad. This batch I'm going to just take them to the mill. Now, because he has, I'm not sure if he currently is. I assume he's still in the logging industry. It's been a while since I've watched any of his live streams, but anyways, he got into modding and really wanted to make the logging equipment real. I believe he has a map too, where he's modified some of the trees to make them more real, I guess. So there's a few things he's done, trying to say, for realism. And he does criticize giants and some of the things having to do with the physics of the trees and how the machines work and stuff like that. Now, because of those criticisms, I honestly think that has actually improved the game because of that, right? As he can basically say, look, I have gone ahead and I have made these mods this way, right? So, means that those people that make the giant work with the Giants engine and build, you know, the machine for the game, it means, hey, you got to step up your game here a little bit, right? So I'm not sure if he's had like interactions with Giants. He may have. Giants has been known to, you know, take the advice from modders in the past. Some modders have even gotten hired on in the past with Giants, so that's why criticisms aren't that bad, right? It can make a product better. But anyways, I thought I would mention that. Fine. I've got a truck, or I think we're gonna head back to the farm, I think. Done quite a bit of loading, log loading. Probably park this trailer. We're going to I've got a tractor on a flat deck that I have to move. That's what I'm trying to say. To get it fueled up. I'm gonna take this trailer to the loading zone. Let it sit. Downhill we go. Probably park this like right here. The flat deck trailer's down here. It's already got the tractor loaded up. Not sure which direction it's pointing. Oh, do I have another truck over here? I do. Park this right here, I guess. PLX. Oh, this is so much nicer. There we go. Now this is probably my most powerful transport truck that I got on the map. So I can easily get up the hill fairly well. Goes a little bit fast though, but the hill we go. Not sure if I have the tractor strapped down. Yeah, I do. I can see it in the side mirror. So we'll fill this up with fuel. I'm gonna take it back to the farm so that I've got it available to do tasks. Way. Being in cab of this truck, it's hard to tell whether just fill this up. Yes, about 2,000 diesel. Not sure if I can fill that up. Yeah, I'm really low. Fill that up. Okay, let's try my straw now. Seems to be doing fine. There was a little bit of a head tilt, but that's fine. We're fine. Oh, stuck in. Crazy. Okay, let's my flaps down. Or take this back to the farm. Way back here, I don't like that. I think that's like a setting. Setting. Auto engine start. Trailer fill limit off. Oh. Trailers can only be filled until the max allowed weight rate. I always have that. Workers. General setting. Field of view shows info box for nearby fields. Search. Radio. Reset vehicle. Set for the position for each vehicle. Yeah, indoor camera suspension. If turned on, the indoor camera follows the movement of the seat suspension. Gives more realistic feel. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Let's just try that out. Dynamic camera. Vehicle camera will try to stay horizontal with the environment. Invert axis. I don't like inverting. Easy arm control. Turn on the specified control for crane. Camera sensitivity, vehicle arm sensitivity, steering back, speed, steering sensitivity, direction. Speedometer, switch to train. Input help. Wood harvester, automatic cutting. Volume master, vehicle volume, environment, character volume, per chat. Rate wood chips, I have that turned off. Graphic settings. Hardware profile high, framework 60, resolution scale, brightness, object draw distance. The higher the LOD, the greater distance at which high quality pixels are rendered, improving overall visual quality. Lowering this value can improve 40. Terrain. Resolution scaling. Data quality. Very high. Dating. Cloud shadow. Lighting quality. Lens flare. Foliage shadows. Realistic field of view. Decrease or increase the maximum area that increase first. Set amount of meters displayed in game. Lower the value, improve performance. Fire track. So I think one of these set that to 7. Why? Oh, that sort of did it. Still out the door. I don't know. Put that at 50. Still not nothing. This at 80. Still in the back. I don't like that. Gonna be in the seat. I'm pretty sure it's a field of view setting. But this the 7. Why? Still nothing. Graphic. Put this at 6. Los frenos los arranqué, el riesgo me cae bien. Los frenos los arranqué, el riesgo me cae bien. I think that's just making the cab of the vehicle smaller. It's really not moving me forward in the seat. Los frenos los arranqué, el riesgo me cae bien. Los frenos los arranqué, el riesgo me cae bien. Put this back to 70. 80. Sí. Door follows the seat. This Bert. Camera. Steering. Direction. Not sure. I was certain it was the field of view, but at 80%, 70%, shadows, light. Put this like at 20. 7, 40. Camera position. Weird. Oh well. I'll have to research. Seven. Oh. I think that'll do it, I guess. I don't. But yeah, I am way too back. Cab. See if I can look it up. What? Microsoft Cockpit says realistic cab view mods setting or by tweak the view. Oh, FS25 camera placement. Some vehicles may have their interior camera set further back. Visibility feel natural. Wide conflict field of view. A wide field of view. Have it. Edit mod files. So it could be the mod. Quick camera. Disable one to avoid realistic cab. Flipping vehicles. Up. I might have a few of those mods. Alright. Downhill we go. Make our way to the farm. Load this tractor. The one interesting about this truck is trying to figure out, making sure you're not going too quick. I'm also gonna have to clear out my manure. Got a couple of fields that I picked. My bridge. Most of that. Alright, uphill we go.
Heading back to what used to be home, passing by those little towns I know so well, stopping for
I put the suspension mode in, so that'll make things a little I think I still have like a little bit. I think I need to do some, whatever you call it, to prepare my field guide here. Unload this. I don't think I had this strapped down. That's crazy. Yeah, need a fertilizer spreader. Spreaders connected. I probably want it on one headline. Have to unfold the spreader. There we go. Spread. Gonna do the headland up here. back up. Oop. Spin.
Did you pack the flashlight, the blanket, and
There we go.
it's a real adventure, the trail you're looking at. I'm glad you came for a while, I thought you might be bailing.
Perfect.
Is that the same yellow shirt you used to wear? But 1,000 years seem like almost no time now. This guitar right here, do you still remember how? I played for you, I was crappy, but you sang along, and I thought you knew I could die to keep you near. We've got a fire in the tent.
Great. Go.
30 a.m. Let's be the kids who left, get in trouble again. That stuff's got nothing on you.
I still have a little bit more
It's got nothing on you.
stuff that I need to do with regards to
To go over old and useless words. What you said, what I said, that might have made it worse.
I still got more mulching to
Again at the same
field.
spot where we kissed the first time. I swear my pain's far away, long gone by now. We've got a fire in the tent. It's 5:30 a.m.
But lots of head tracking gameplay I have today. Good. Good stuff. Really happy about that. So I would say my major fixes have been updating my camera software. So that was a big problem. We have that upgraded, which is a good thing. What is the other thing that I did? Also, I defragged my hard drive. So I feel that has helped quite a bit too. So PC maintenance, gotta keep on top of that, I guess. Thing goes. This way. Peddler. Is he ready? Yep. I'm almost out of lime. We'll probably... Not sure if I'll have enough. Wonder if I can make it all the way to the other end again. Girl. Would work out great if I can. Just fill up. Guess we'll find out, won't we? At 20. Haven't. We'll see. I'm going. Once I get to the end, I'm gonna go fill up, add more lime into the tank. So I make my own lime on the farm. Well, not on the farm. I have some mining area where it makes lime for me. 9%. Sure if I'm gonna make it to the 5%. I think I'm gonna run it before I get fine. 3%. 2%. Or maybe I might do it. Go and get some more lime. Oh. Lime stock is right over here. $30,000. I'll have to get my mulcher going. About that. I think once I start on the next field, potato trailers there. So when I start on this field, I'll get the mulcher going, probably with horseplay. Go. Let me pull ahead a bit. Away we go. I've only got one more line to do, so by the looks of it. Out the rear. Off we go. I think we're planning canola will be next, I guess. I did corn, so that's all put into fuel. I'll have more than enough fuel. Do canola. I also want to put a field of sugarcane down, I think. Somewhere. I need more canola oil, so for my potato chip factory, I think, is just here on the left. Or when my potato chips start popping out. go fill up line. And then we'll get the mulcher on course play in a moment. Catching up on fields stuff. Add up. To the next field. Right over here. Right, this field here on the right. Again, self-stitch here. Park for a bit. Get into the other tractor and set it up for course play. Mulching. Good enough. Alright. Go over here. This is where my mulcher is. I'm probably going to catch up to it. Because... Sure. How do I get in? To hit him. I'm hitting the wrong button. Field work. Multiple tools, field margin, field space, field, curve headland, probably 2, field, start, work, headland. Generator. Start work. So while he's doing that, I will continue what I need to do over here. Unfolding. Go. So probably have better performance too with course play. I defragged my hard drive. I have all sorts of benefits now. Probably same with video editing too, especially with video editing. Those are large files. way. Like he's still mulching. I think he's on like the outer one. Or he's mulching the second headland, I think. Go. Go straight to the end here. 4% left. We go. Let's grab a sip of my coffee. So happy Friday, everybody. If you guys are going away for the holidays, well, you guys have a wonderful time. Some people take 2 weeks off vacation. Hopefully it'll be a fun time for you. Also, usually sometimes, you know, you might step away from the computer or the game, whatever. Be electronicized, I guess. Which is cool too. Spend more time with the family. And less with your YouTube and whatever else you do. Right? %. Oh. But yeah. Cab view like this is phenomenal. It's like fantastic. Love it. But yeah, big takeaway with the tractor. Make sure your hard drives are, you know, functioning properly. Make sure your computer is top notch. I guess you probably don't get too top notch. Because right now, I'm live streaming. I'm using a lot of system resources. So that's the difference between maybe you and I. So you probably may have to necessarily defrag your system, but depends on your, like, if you've got solid state drives, obviously you don't have to, but I do have my main drive is a solid state drive. That's iOS, but my games are installed on much larger mechanical drives. So defragging is the big thing that make sure your system is up to date too. Make sure you got like the latest video graphics drivers, Windows drivers, Windows updates. Make sure your webcam is up to date. That can be a big part of it as well. So We're at 20%. I think I'll get this field done. Again, and we're gonna fill this up. Not sure Ultra Guy's doing. Steps, I think. Good job, buddy. While he's doing that, I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm obviously catching up to him, so I will probably fill this up. We will have to look at what we're going to do with regards to these fields here. I do need to get a tanker truck to empty out my situation with slurry. I filling up. Here. Not sure what I'm going to use though. I think we'll have to buy a tanker. Park this over here, I guess. It's gonna take him a while to finish all of that. Just park on this field over here. Now he'll be busy doing that for a bit. So my problem is that I've got slurry. Not sure how slurry works here. Go ahead and move this out of the way. Combine. I have a header over here that I need to pick up. Mess there to clean up. Here for now. All right. Next that pack. Okay, what the heck is this thing? I think that's part of the This other apparatuses, seeds. I think that's all windrowing equipment. Theater. That's a sprayer. Another cedar. I thought I had confused. Thought I had a manure thing. Got this. This cultivator prepares the fields. Slurry distributor can be attached to suitable slurry tank. This still requires a module and hot carrier. These two go together. That's 30,000. I don't know if I own one of these. I think this is it here. I think so. Yeah, that is the one. Now I just need the tank now. So there. I would need this. Buy that. Gotta get my next ad out of here. I think I'm gonna reverse this out.
Let's go back to the days, down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So
Now I forget how to hook this stuff up. Been a while. Yeah, I don't know if I put the. Where did my tank go? I think my tank is over here. Tank over here. Don't know where my slurry tank is. Where did it go? Gotta refuel this thing too, don't we? Well, maybe I didn't even buy it. That's a possibility too. Just buy that. I thought I bought it though. I don't know where it is. Is it at the shop? Could be at the shop. And it just freaked out and said, nope. Oh yeah, here it is. I gotta go ahead and fill up anyway, so. Get some gas below. I'll have to sell one of those tanks too because need those. You don't need two of them. Making good work on that. By the time I get back, you'll probably be finished. Put them onto the next field. I will have to put a gas storage at this farm at some point. Meanwhile, we'll go down to the shop and we will sell one of the tank. I don't know why my vehicle delivery didn't happen. Oh well. It happens, right? Maybe I had something in the way or something. But either way, I do have to fill this up. So, gasoline. I think I can probably go to my Shell gas station down here. Or Shell refinery. And fill up directly here without having to go all the way up the hill. Because, as you know, my gas storage is up by the lumber mill. So I don't think I'll have to make that trip, hopefully. My Shell refinery is just over here. It should have quite a bit of fuel made by now. Because I did the corn harvest a couple of live streams ago. So got all the corn in there to make the fuel that I need. So we're coming up the Shell here. Camera's working here, I noticed. Sorta. Side view cameras. Where's that driveway here? To the left here. There's the Shell refinery. Pivot our way in here and go to where we fill up. So that was full, so we've gone through about a quarter of a tank of corn. So you'll see the corn on the left here, or right. Here's where we fill up. Oh. 20,000. Oh, that was a fast fill up. All right. And we're gonna go across the bridge to get. Sorry. I wonder if I can distribute the fuel to my storages. I'll have to check on that. Didn't think about that till now. Because there's certain things that need fuel, so I wonder if it'll auto distribute. Go across the bridge here. So I've got 2 tanks over here. I accidentally bought 2 because I thought that my store delivery would send it to my spot, but obviously it didn't work that. Have to align ourselves over here. Think I've got it lined up right. Unfolds how this all works here. Why? Which button is it? Oh, it's O. The right way? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm on the wrong side. Have to pull in. I wonder if I need the other piece connected. Back up. That means I'll have to connect to this first. Oh. That angle. Here. This will work. Yep, that's the proper size. So you just hold O. Or maybe not. There we go. Fine now. That's all it works here. I don't know if it's working very well. Is it because I'm inside? Yeah. Oop. burst this out. That Poldo. That one connected. Now, gotta dump this off over here. I purchased too many. Oh, that's the wrong button. I can do a complete turn. Oh. I'll see if I can fill this up, because I do have a lot of slurry that I need to get rid of. Hoping to do this all in cab, but that didn't quite work out very well. Bin. Okay. Oh, I guess that's the boom to fill up, I guess. Have to hit G. Yep. So I've got my buffalo farm, which is up here. Slurry is like really full. So that's why I'm running my way up here to get into doing slurry. I also got manure as well, but I don't think I need manure at this time. I got enough room on manure. Where's my slurry? Is this where my slurry spout is? I'll have to take a look here. Sure where the slurry spout is. That's milk. Oh my god, I gotta go way back there. Oh, I made my life a living hell. I don't think I can get this in there. See. I really didn't do a very good job with the fencing on this farm. Well, at least I could get in. So got about 100,000 slurry. Oh. Back up. All right, off we go. Go back to the farm. Hook up the next component. I gotta cross the bridge here and farm, hook up the other piece. I think you have to do a cultivator, so trying to think here. So I don't think I can do a second application of slurry with this. It's like the first application, because I don't think you can't put slurry into the sprayer. So I think probably when you do your planting, you'll have salt, like a solid fertilizer problem. Is how I think it'll work out. Because you wouldn't cultivate over your seed bed, right? Then you're just ruining all of you're undoing all of the work that you've already planted, right? So keep that in mind. So I'll be hooking up a cultivator on this and happen. I'm kind of confused because I think I have to use a cultivator on the seed bed too. So I don't know. Just kind of winging right now with the next at, because I haven't done slurry before, so I wouldn't know. Not sure the step-by-step process. Slurry application, because I can't spray with this. I'll have to look at the next at pack and see what we've got for equipment, because I don't think I have a sprayer or an injector or something. It's like I don't know, confused. It looks like I have like a sprayer injector. I don't have like hoses that I can put out. What I'm trying to say. Let me take a look. So this is what I have right now. I have this hooked up. I have this. This is a cultivator, prepares fields for the next sowing. So that's what you do before sowing. But I don't have... What's this thing? The planter. That's another planter. What about this thing? That's liquid fertilizer. requires a module. Correct. So this would go in, and then you can hook up that next. So I probably would have this and one attached. So I wouldn't add the cultivator, I guess. That's a disc harrow, so I wouldn't be disc harrowing. I think. I'm not seeding at the moment, so that right there. This guy almost done? Oh, he's done already. He did a fantastic job. I got 2 more fields to do. This hooked up. I'm not sure which side I need to be on for this part. I'll just I think I'm on the wrong side, maybe. This. Happened here. Ah. That's crazy. So this is a cultivator and a injector that I'm attaching next. Holding O to this part far back. And just grab, walk forward. So cultivator and slurry tank. Have to try this out, I guess. And so what you would probably do is a seed hopper and a seeder is my guess. something to be aware of, I guess. To just do something here. Back up. Put this guy on. I'm just gonna. I put him on helper, so just let the helper run. Okay, go. Think it's injecting 30? Sure. Doesn't seem to be depleting thing. Not sure how much. Maybe it's got like too much slurry? Sure. Yeah, I don't see anything to check. There we go. Detecting now. Lift that up, that works fine. Go down here. Goes through quite a bit of slurry, so I probably would want a tank level. So I don't know why it wasn't putting it down before. say. But I've got it injecting into the soil now, so I'm happy. Goes through quite a bit of slurry pretty quick. Way. So yeah, so this would be one set of kit, and then I would also need a. The other kit would be a setup of. Wait. So it would be probably the seeder and the seed hopper with fertilizer put in, like solid fertilizer. Less. That's how you would probably do this slurry and solid fertilizer. Sorry, slurry and seeding. So. And now I'm doing slurry and cultivating as one unit, and then the other unit would be seeding and seed hopper. That seed hopper would probably have fertilizer in, I guess. I think that's how it would work, because Nexat hopper can handle or hold both seed. I think I should probably go and headle. I think it would be a little bit easier. Oh, 28%. 21%. Hopefully I can get to the end. And I'll have to head back and fill up once more, I think. %. I think I'm gonna go fill up. All right, let's go get some more slurry because I'm at 6%, so it's low. So I'm gonna finish off this field and then for slurry, and then I'll probably call it a live stream. I think. Went a little bit more over, but I want to get this field done because I'm in the middle of it, so that out of the way. And I will not remember the headlands that I did and all of the structure that I've done, so. So this holds about 36,000 liters of slurry. And I have about 100,000, or maybe 60,000 left. So not a lot of slurry to play with. So I probably will get the one field done, and that'll be about it, I guess, for slurry application. So what I probably will end up having to do is trying to get some sort of storage tank system set up. Or so slurry silos. Put slurry into that, basically. Turn here and reverse in we did before. Can't really see this way, so do it this way. Buffaloes there. 72,000. This doesn't have a solid fertilizer, or I mean, not a manure spreader option. So. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. Alright. Head back to the... I'll probably need to come back for another load to finish off the field. Oh.
Met him on a sunny day in late July, and everything turned upside down. I almost lost track of time as weeks went by. I couldn't get him off my mind. I couldn't get him off my mind.
Across the bridge here. Fill up. Up the few. Here we go. We'll finish off the field. I call it a live stream. Get the field done. This hill is probably the second nastiest hill. And probably, actually, maybe this might be worse than the other one. Potentially. Go over here. What we're dealing with here. That. Am I the wrong way? The right. Yep. 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 Flying it. We'll go down that other row over to the right. Oh, perfect. So that was about 10K right there. Okay, great. Here. This way. Oh, your message on Discord? No, I did not. The sim guy, sorry. I'm almost finished. I'm just gonna finish up this field, and then I'll be ending the live stream. I'm in the middle of this one field. I want to get it done. I've just got this row and the next row over. So I got this row, the row that I'm on, and the row over to do. The middle of slurry spreading. So it shouldn't be too long now. At about 36%. I got too distracted with my slurry spreading. This right here. There. Back up a bit. Oop. Oop. I think I turned off the thing.
Stumbling out of bed, and I still got you in my head. From all those pretty words you said, it's like I'm wasted. Every time I see
Is that
your
working?
face, I'm losing track of time and space. I don't know where I am. It's like I'm
Drop that.
wasted, and I won't waste it. And I promise that I will stand by you forever.
Not doing it now. What the heck?
I can't get you out of my mind. I will follow you wherever. And I won't waste this.
Yeah, I think it's working now. And then I got this row heading off. Anyways, okay. Well, we'll have to talk. We'll get to talking at some point. So, have a good night. And then we can plan out however we're going to do the New Year's thing. I'm missing this one row here. Must be an overlap on. I always keep on forgetting about the time zone. It's probably like what, 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. your time, or 11 your time. Yeah. I will. I mentioned it on my live stream today, so, and then I'll mention it more. So I'm fine with whatever map. I think we were going to do Kin Lane, unless you changed your mind on that. Which is the new Scottish map, I think. So I'm fine with that, and just set up with any mods you want to go with. All right, sounds good. And then if you want to add other content creators in, you can do that too. Because I think last year we had a few different content creators join in. If you want to do that too, I'm fine with that. Yep, no crashes. Oh, and I'm out of slurry now. Hold it up. Well, that's folding. I'm gonna check to see what. I have to do this row again, I think. Hold this up. I'm gonna get myself a slurry truck. But I try to bring a tanker over here. Full of slurry. But should be good fun, I think. Put that off. It'll be good fun. I think I'll take this truck. Slurry truck or tanker. Two slurry? Oh, that's just slurry 2 truck. Oh, what the heck is that? That's a huge tanker there. Oh my god. That's 21,000. That's 30,000. That's 39,000 there. That's 65,000. Maybe I should do that. Can I pull this with a truck, or do I need a... I think I'll get this. Buy that. Not sure if I can pick that up. In my truck. Is it over here now? Where my slurry thing is? Hoping I can pick it up with this. If I can't, that means I have to. Here we go. I have to use a tractor. Do this. Yeah, I have to do this with a tractor. Okay. Very well. That there. So yeah, in about 2 weeks, we'll be doing a multiplayer stream, probably on Kin Lane. The same guy and myself, and we'll probably have some other content creators join us as well. So should be good fun. It probably will be PC only. Depending on where the mods are, but generally we have like PC mods usually, so probably will be PC only. And it'll be on New Year's Eve as we count down the new year. We did it last year. We did it a year before. Just in FS22. It'll be the first, I think, first time for 25. I don't. Did we? I think we did FS25 last year too. Fill this up with slurry. But this will be on the Kin Lane map, so it should be good fun. Here. Get this filled up with slurry. It should empty it out of all of the slurry, I think. Taken, because I got probably about 7,000. Oh, but it's basically all the slurry went to that one field. So I'm not sure if my slurry production will increase or something as my cows get larger. About 46. So hopefully I will get a lot more slurry. And then what I will need to do is I'll have like a slurry silo for storing all of it full. I might not have enough to finish the field. Go figure. Down the hill we go. So I don't usually do a lot of slurry. So I don't do slurry spreading. Usually I just sell it. But I thought, oh, what the heck? Go try the next stat pack and try it out. Slurry spreading. But slurry is like, I don't know, a bit delicate because it like puts so much onto the field. And then of course if you don't produce a lot of slurry, then you run out, right? So, which is kind of the situation that I'm in now. Running out of this is like super steep hill. So yeah, that like all of that slurry from that one cow barn is all going right into this one field. So hopefully I get more produced as my animals get larger. But I might just put it into liquid fertilizer, as I can put down a liquid fertilizer maker or whatever, or like I can take the slurry, put it into a production for this map to make like liquid fertilizer or solid fertilizer or something. So I might do that. That way it doesn't feel like a waste. But then if I do that, then I'm not using the slurry spreader. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why I never really did slurry spreading. I never really did it in Farming Simulator 22, and I think the last time I ever did it was like in Farming Simulator 9. So I'm almost at the top of the hill here. It's just a lot of weight. I don't think I have the horsepower really on this tractor to sort of pull this up here. Here. See if I can find a spot to put this. I think do have to go to the other end of the field probably. Way. So, not a lot of people do slurry spreading or even manure spreading for that matter. I thought I'd do something different, try the pack out, see what happens. Alright. Probably park this right here, I guess. Obviously, I will not be using the Nexat on the next fields because I'm pretty much out. Blurry. That's a lot of weight. I gotta go down the field some more time. I might not even have enough to finish the field. Say. Full and got a little bit in hang. So. Turn around here. Switch this to oh. Didn't work out very well. Okay, I think I wasted a little bit. Go down. And there we go. Something weird going on here. Oh, they have to go down this row one time. Think of back up here. Not sure why I have those other lines. Use have to go back down this way again. In here, I have a bit to do that way. Okay. I think I have the vehicle control add-on on, and I've got something else going on here. I got the in-game, but there's a bit of overlap, I think. What I'm trying to say. Here. go. I think I can do this. To go all the way down this aisle on the other side again. %.
Come a little closer. Wanna dance with you. Everything's moving slower.
Missing the ends here for some reason.
Looking at you all night, trying to figure you out. Just wanna make you smile. Hold your hand in my hand, looking at the sunset, making me looking good tonight. I wanna kiss you before the sun goes down. It's what you're doing, making me feel like I'm falling. And when you're moving, I can hear
And then I'll grab the rest of the slurry and fill this up one more time. And then I'll go down the other row one more time. It'll be right there because I've got just a wee bit there, so that's how I'll figure that out.
set my wheels in motion. I'm going crazy for you. Eyes blue like the ocean.
I got about 15% left.
Cause you've been looking at me all night, trying to figure me out. I just wanna let you know that I ain't playing no games. Baby, you won't change. I only want you. I wanna kiss
I
you
got this
before
figured.
the sun goes down.
Should have enough. Like I'm at 14%, so I put the rest in. Should be fine. There's like a little bit left in the slurry tank over here, and then this field will be finished essentially. So one cow barn full of slurry got me one field. So I don't know if I like those odds.
I wanna kiss you
This is all gonna be full.
I wanna kiss you before the
Should be enough to finish off the next field, I guess. How's it all gonna work out here? I think I have to go this way. Push that. Oh. Face the right way. Yep. Have to come down this way on the other side, I guess. Oh, crikey. this way. Probably didn't do this the most efficient way, but oh, but it is. Be a little bit more precise whenever it comes to about 37% left. So probably would be using this kit very much. Or simply because of the fact that I don't have a lot of slurry to play around with. But I got one field done with slurry. Guy will have to be put on next goal. Hit delete on this one. On this one, field work. Hit generate. Because it'll be about the same, guys. Okay. Go. Have to do the rest of the spreading over here. Spread this out. And, spread. Oh, that's a fail. To fix something here. Set. All right. Go. So when I do the rest of the fields, it'll be part of the seeding process. So I will probably have a cultivator and a seeder, most likely. Just gonna do the head.
Coffee cups and cigarettes laying around the room. I don't mind a little mess, just wanna stay with you. And we'll do anything that we want today. Won't be scared of falling down no more. So take me away to some other place. Don't wanna wait. Oh, my Indian summer, take me away. I ain't afraid, calling your name. Oh, my Indian summer. Oh, my Indian summer.
I'll probably have to fill this up again in due time.
Oh, my Indian summer. We are green under the sun. We do our best to hide. Innocence fading away.
Direct
As we
this way.
learn the truth, and we'll be anything that we wanna be. Gonna get what's coming anyway. So take me away to some other place. Don't wanna wait. Oh, my Indian summer, take me away. I ain't afraid, calling your name. Oh, my Indian summer. Oh, my Indian summer. Oh, my Indian summer. We crossed the
There we go,
borderline
spreading. Away we
into
go.
our dream. Nothing will ever be as real as this. The flames
Nope,
won't burn
straw
us
doesn't
in.
work.
We're thick as
Thought it would.
thieves, and we know what we do. We live on like an echo. Oh, so take me away.
I just have to remember to keep my eyes looking at the camera. Yes.
Oh, my Indian summer, take me away. I ain't afraid.
To the headland, I guess.
Oh, my Indian summer.
Headland.
Oh, my Indian summer.
Perfect. Spreading, spreading, spreading. So we'll be planting canola. I think time around. I don't think I need any more potatoes. Probably maybe a field of sugarcane. I just got enough to finish off 30%. I have to fill up again. Might check to see how much manure I have. Purchase a manure spreader. I'll have a finish this. Good. Go fill this up again.
A new home for a while, let me feel alive. Nothing to hold me back, take my time, just enjoy the ride.
Get some more lime, I think.
Life is good, best I've ever felt. Get me up, somewhere new, somewhere I can find myself. Oh, I feel so alive. As I reach out to the sky. I found my way. I was in the dark against it all, but made it through the day. 'Cause I found my way.
Oops.
In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way.
That was a crash. Problem there.
'Cause I found my way.
Or, sure.
'Cause I found my way.
Probably start trucking and go get some lime.
I was in the dark against it all, but made it through the day. 'Cause I found my
Wonder if I should have taken the other trailer. Should have. Not sure if I can pull a second trailer behind this. See. I've got that trailer. Have this trailer here. Pick this trailer up. Probably. Oh. I think I can get this truck. Okay, turn up here. Whoa! This way. Oh, is it that way? Campbell Soup Factory. Put it. I don't have any vegetables at this. We I did. There. not acceptable here. Remember where I have to take this. Probably to the stone crusher. What's this stuff? Probably stuff. This is about this one. Probably this one. Oh. Made a mess right there. No, what happened to my factory over here? The problem. Big problem. Well, have to sort that out. Oh, yes. Sure, finish this off first. Not sure what happened. So there's supposed to be a cement factory there. What happened? More road to do. I know when I was trying to fiddle around with, what's it? The straw harvest DLC, there was an issue. Ta-da. The phone. Others.
पेच लड़ जाए रफ्तार दिल की तेजी से बढ़ जाए तेरे घर का पता मुझसे ढूंढा न जाए कहूँ सच सुन दूर तुझसे रहा न जाए कातिल lies करे दिल को mesmerize कातिल lies करे दिल को
Save.
mesmerize
Naughty boys, करो तंग ना just be nice. Naughty boys, करो तंग ना just be nice. हर लड़की
Get
को
quit.
तू बस बातें ये सुनाए.
Call it a lie.
काबू दिल पे
See if
कहीं
someone else is
टूट न जाए. मेरा पता तुझे क्यों मैं दूँ.
forward, people. Must be someone live streaming.
छोड़ेगा तू क्या कर
It's daytime. It's like almost 3 p.m. Pacific. So and redirect to Rusty Money is live streaming. Set it up on the other live stream. Oh. Correct. Guys, over to Rust. Both live stream. So be sure to hit the like button and subscribe, and we'll see you guys in the next one. And say hello to Rusty for me. Let him know that Kiram sent you. So take care and have a fantastic rest of your Friday or Saturday, depending on where you are. Cheerio.